Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, March the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. So I'm just getting a couple of confirmations that you can hear me and you can see my screen. A couple of yeses would help. Okay, thank you very much. All right, guys. Yeah, lots of action this morning with these China education stocks. You're absolutely right. A few months ago, they went crazy. So, this EEIX, I don't really know what to make of it because I know it hit $70 or so in the pre-market. And it's not loading. Why is it not loading? Give me a moment here. Must have the wrong symbol, sorry. I must have written it down wrong. EEIX. I thought that's what I thought that's what it was. I guess not. What is it, guys? EEIQ. EEIQ. You're right. Okay, so there's EEIQ. I have no idea what's going on with this one. It actually hit $70 pre-market, a little over $70 in the pre-market. We don't even have a float for it, so, just be awfully careful. Guys, full disclosure on the GME. I am back in, okay? Full disclosure, right around this level here. So, and that's around the 150 mark. So some of the other China education stocks, yeah, they're all going mild. Well, not mildly. Some of them are going just absolutely crazy. Wafu, another one, up 90%. WAFU, CLEU. Let's see if they're all holding their gains. Yeah, most of them are. Well, this is not up as crazily as some of the other ones. LAIX was another one that I noticed. So I just created a little top list here. If you want to follow them all day, I'm just going to pop this into the room. This is all the China, well, not all of them, but this is the China education stocks that I created, all right? So if you want to follow them today. I bet you know what, real? When I saw this one, I thought, all I could hear you going is stupid IB. Anyway, ATNF popped up here. No shorts available at Interactive Brokers. ATNF. CEO letter to shareholders. That is the reason for this big move up. ATNF. Morning, real. VUZI. VUZI. This is a move down on a financing. VUZI moved down on a financing. And financing's at $20.50, so it's a little bit above the financing price. This one, I don't know how much further it can go down. You might have a base of around 10. So anyway, BOX. So if you're familiar with the WeWork story, you know how they tried to wanted to do an IPO a couple of years ago, then all sorts of controversy. Anyway, this is their next attempt at doing an IPO, a merger with one of these SPACs, BOWX, and that is WeWork. Their initial evaluation a couple of years ago was something like, I want to say 40 to 45 billion, even maybe even higher. So their evaluation now is around 9 billion. But anyway, BOWX, just don't know how much further it can go down. TME, so these are a couple of these China stocks. I'm just going to, here's a couple that have been just hit hard. TME. Right at, in fact, it's now underneath the 200-day moving average, TME, and also VIPS. VIPS continues. There's a 200-day way down here. So a couple of these China stocks, human rights, etc. One of the things I did notice about, or did read about TME is that Burberry dropped them. Not that's a huge deal, maybe, but anyway, a lot of activity, of course, with these China stocks. I also read I don't know. I remember I mentioned this yesterday. $400 million an hour costing because of that ship blocking the Suez. So all sorts of activity. You know, of course, this is nothing new, but with the microchip or semiconductors are just getting. I mean, there's just a. Just one moment, please. Sorry about that. So this chip shortage is really hitting a lot of even like well, not even like, but you know, companies, all these automotive companies, Ford, even though Ford is up a little bit, but just having to stop production because of chip shortages. MX, if you're seeing MX, it is a. Looked at this actually. I mean, this is actually looking to go private. Yeah, private. $29 a share. That is the news this morning with Wise Road Capital. So they announced an agreement, a $1.4 billion go private deal. So it's at $29. All right, it is now 9:11. Let me just see if there are how many upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Whoa, you know what? We have quite a few upgrades this morning. Not as many downgrades, so let's get a few of them in. Just a few more upgrades to go. Don't think I mentioned, I see there's an upgrade for Next. It's on my list, NEXT, a gap up. So what I'm looking for right now, see if there's any, are there any multiple upgrades. By that I mean different investment firms upgrading the same company. So I'm just looking to see if I can see. I don't see any, and I'm looking for Goldman. I don't see any upgrades from Goldman this morning. That's from briefing.com. I'm sure there are upgrades out there, but I'm just looking at briefing.com. So here are the downgrades. I'd say not as many downgrades. Okay, a couple of downgrades from Goldman, HXL and AB. Take a look at them. So let's see, what is AB doing this morning, pre-market? Not much. And HXL, a downgrade. There's no volume yet. All right, so this ATNF, let's see if it takes this out over here. Had the big pop, major pop up to 50, almost $15. Fell back down, kind of basing right around 10. I'm going to stick an alert around 1033. See if it takes that out later on. And again, the reason for this one moving is the CEO coming out with a letter to the shareholders, and obviously the initial reaction was very positive, still up 70%. I'm talking about the ATNF. All right, I know there are TCAT followers. TCAT, look at TCAT on the way up here. A little move for Yalla here, guys. Actually, Yalla's interesting. You know, it's above yesterday's high already. It has this potential gap fill here now. YALA. And even remember Rite Aid from yesterday. Rite Aid, little move here for Rite Aid. They're another one of those companies that basically put out their outlook ahead of their actual earnings date, and obviously not good, but it's trying to rally a little bit here. RAD. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of yesterday. Let me make sure that's right. Yeah, 1988. So I'm going to stick an alert just around $20, a little over $20 for Rite Aid. See if it takes that out later on. RAD. Yeah, WAFU and let's see, WAFU and CLEU and I think LAIX. I don't think they were shortable at IB. When I say not shortable, you can they can try to locate them for you. But if I don't see they're readily available, I just forget about it. So here's another. Is this China? Yeah, another China stock, another China education stock. So these China education stocks are going crazy today. So again, I popped this top list in here. Okay, so this is a top list looking at educational support services. They're not just China stocks, but I think they'll be dominated by China stocks. So I'll pop it in again if you want to follow it all day long. As I say, some of them will not be China stocks. They won't all be China stocks, but I think the vast majority of them that we're going to see are going to be China stocks in this educational support services. Well, AWH, I keep looking maybe to short this, but AWH keeps running higher here. AWH. They actually had some news after hours. They had some news after hours for AWH. Aspira Links agreement. Shares rise ovarian cancer test. So yeah, so there was some news after hours for AWH. Actually, it's popped up to at least 963. Yeah, it looks like yeah, that looks like the high. That's after hours yesterday. AWH. I know you're long. I know, Ija. You're long, 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 aren't you? All right, guys. What time is it? 9:21. Whoa, I'm a little bit late. Oh no, I've already done the. I've looked at briefing.com already. A little behind today, guys. I was doing a lot of. Actually, I got up very early. Did a lot of pre-market stuff, and I almost got caught forgetting to open the room. I was getting so wrapped up in this stuff. All right, so BOWX. I mean, it might be really interesting all day. I don't know. I mean, look where it is right now. It's at this level right here, 1033. The highs are around 1022. So it's a little bit above that area. If you have to take a look at the daily chart. So it has a nice void to fill. Again, if you don't know the news, WeWork will be going public through them. So certainly a name company, well, kind of for all the wrong reasons, but nonetheless, for WeWork. There's another one. Wow, look at these bottoming tails. So MAC is active this morning. Pretty good volume. Don't see any trading higher after the company reported it substantially improved and clarified its liquidity position. Okay, so that's the reason for MAC moving higher. What's Bitcoin doing? GBTC. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. So I had a bit of a recovery yesterday. It was still down for the day, but at least closed above the lows or above the open. Trying to recover a little bit again. Bitcoin's been all over the place. Look at GSX. Wow. So this is a China education stock. Not following the rest of them. Yeah, DRI, absolutely. I forgot to mention, yeah, DRI. Kind of amazing. They said that their sales are better than in 2019. If I can, I think that's what it said. I just don't trade the this particular price range, but yeah, it's almost an all-time high. Okay, OPGN is just popping in here for whatever reason. March 25th puts market. So they announced earnings after hours. There's not very much volume. This is like a little spike here. But OPGN did announce earnings after hours. Lot of resistance, probably right around that 3 level though. This was a flyer from yesterday, PRQR, starting to fade a little bit here. Pretty good volume. And that's a PRQR. Didn't KBH have earnings? March 24th, yeah, their earnings, had earnings yesterday. Interesting reaction. Again, you know, it closed above, I guess it actually went positive. But it was an initial really big gap down for KBH. Recovering though today. Freeport, here's another one that's starting moving. Big float, 1.5 billion in the float. FCX is on the move here. The high, let's see, 2 days ago was 33.32. So, you know, about a dollar to hit that high. So it's above yesterday's high. FCX. So not a big variation with the gap down and gap ups. Remember yesterday the gap downs were, you know, I couldn't even fit them all on the screen. So a few more gap ups and gap downs this morning to start. Market is up a little bit. Had a nice rally yesterday for sure. Yala continues to make a move here, YALA. The next high looking left is about 24.18 or so. Let me just see. 23.90. So it's about $1.50 away. Well, one of these, yeah, I mean, that's a good question, Jay. It happens all the time though, you know, because by the time it closes, a lot of things could happen. So it's not like instant $29 today. So that's typically why you see that. Now I have my alert set for ATNF right around that 1036 level for ATNF. Yeah, so already traded the float. Yeah, Tiger was earnings. You're absolutely right. I did see TIGR. Tiger was and is an earnings play. TIGR, China Financial. Just kind of, I mean, it's okay. It's up 6%. Well, no, listen, I'm just putting an alert there. Understand, I don't make any recommendations about entries or anything like that. I'm just putting an alert here for me to see if it can take out these highs right there. And that's for the ATNF. Whether or not, even if it triggers, you know, I have to see how it's triggering, you know, from what sort of a pattern. For instance, if it dropped down to 8 and then just kept moving higher, 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 and it triggered, you know, then I'd be chasing it. But, you know, so I just want to be aware of it, and then I'll make a decision. So don't want to give you don't want to mislead anybody. Just because I'm putting a price alert here doesn't mean I just take the stock, okay? Okay, well, there's the float for ATNF. Those are the available shares for trading on a daily basis, 9 million. It's already traded 10 million. So it's already traded its float. So, you know, obviously super active. All right, guys, market's going to open. Wow, it's catching up to me here. About a minute. Less than a minute. How about 30 seconds from now? So let's have a great end to this trading week, all right? Just going to rearrange some windows, my other monitor. And again, you want to follow my watch list up and down, you can access it from the toolbar. Click on New and then Channel Bar. Oops, new, and then channel bar. And then my watch list right here. Where are you? Right here, Barry's watch list, okay? Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so don't, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So this EEIQ, you got to be careful on this. We don't even have a float for it. Really be careful on this. This did hit about $70 in the pre-market, okay? So it just got halted. EEIQ just got halted. Well, guys, we had one already from the options play. That's really early. TME at 1891. Okay, so if you took that one, hit 1950, I'd be, careful. I mean, this is a beaten up stock. It held the 200-day moving average. You can see exactly what it did. It got down to 1835, so it just dipped a little bit below the 200-day moving average for TME. All right, there's the ATNF. Just took out that little high right there. Okay, in the pre-market. Well, there's the pre-market high way up here, but this kind of consolidation effort or area for ATNF. Typically, I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes, but this could start to run right now. So it's up to you if you're going to take this trade. Well, I'd say that was a winner, guys. TME. There was the alert right on the open. Now we don't often get that, but 1891 on the alert, and it got up to 1976 or so, 1979 before it pulled back a bit. So that's a quick winner from the options plays. And it's continuing. And there's Root. I don't know if I mentioned Root this morning. I know it was on my list. Stocks to watch. I don't think I put it in there, though. There was some news on it. Look at Root, guys. R-O-O-T, Root. That's what it was. That's what it was. Citron bullish. You're absolutely right. Man, TME is Okay, ATNF just got halted on the way down. Okay, so yeah, that's. I was just watching this. I said, I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. So this just got halted on the way down. ATNF. So that kind of saved me that little internal rule that I've got about not trading in the first 15 minutes. Look at Tiger. Tiger, popped up. Another one. I mean, look at this. It popped up on earnings and then it fell right down. When I say popped up, pre-market action looked pretty good. But now it is giving it up. TIGR, Tiger. Look at Rite Aid, guys. RAD. This could take out yesterday's high. 1988. It's at 1953 right now. Looks like nice recovery so far. No, they don't get halted. I mean, unless it's a news halt. Usually, it's a volatility halt. That just means that I phrase it like this: went up or up or down too fast in a period of time. I mean, there's some other aspects to it, but I mean, it's a volatility halt. So this is what I'm talking about. See, for volatility as opposed to news. I mean, this got halted BOWX because of extraordinary events. Okay, because of news, and that was the announcement this morning with BOWX that they were that WeWork was going to go public through them. Mentioned this one early on. Look at this one, really giving it up. PRQR underneath $8 now. That whole number. Wow, what a early alert for TMI at 1891, 2018 now. I was asked my thoughts about another China education stock. Yeah, I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, that's a big spike up here, 211. So they're fading. I mean, right now they appear to be fading. Meanwhile, guys, again, I know some of you were following TCAT. It's been, all over the place. Again, look at these. I mean, down to 38, right back up to 43. Yeah, Wafu halted on the way down. So a couple of those China stocks, the TME and the VIPS that were getting beaten up. VIPS is now having a nice comeback also. Okay, MAXR. This is moving up here. MAXR having a little pop here. It's above, let's see, above the 2 days ago high. 3 days ago, the high was 39.05. So it's, it's about $1 away from that. MAXR. Look at TCAT. Yeah, if we can believe this bottoming tail for RAD, right there was a big sell-off, perhaps. Sometimes I'm skeptical, but it may have happened. And now seller or buyers brought it right back up. Still waiting on that break, maybe of 20 or so for Rite Aid, RAD. And this just resumed, and this is insane, guys. You got to be awfully careful. I don't even know what the float is on this one. Look at the relative volume, like it's off the charts. And it's going to get halted again. Well, it did get halted again. Again, this hit, I think, $70 pre-market. Our pre-market does not go, or only starts at 7 in the morning Eastern time. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at right here. This is a trading view chart, 70.57 or so, I think. 70.11, okay? So that was actually the pre-market high, probably very briefly for EIQ. Yeah, I have no idea why we don't have float information for it, but in fact, I'm going to bring that up right now to Brad. So you know what? It's funny because somebody's posting a float of about 6.78 million, and then somebody else is putting a float of 750,000. Others are, so it's all over the place. I don't know anything about this company. I don't know if I've seen this one before. Looks like I'm not sure if it's truly an IPO here or just a symbol name change. So here's another China education stock. This is tanking now, but this really never really soared like the other ones. So my guess is that TAL is probably doing the same thing. They usually trade in tandem. Yes. So EDU and TAL are both fading now. So WAFU resumed, WAFU resumed, and it actually popped up. Interesting. I think it got halted on the way down. I believe it got halted on the way down. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, what's the market doing? Let's take a look. Dow's up, SPY's up, and tech is up a little bit, just a little bit. So no disconnect yet. So again, if you joined late, if you want this top list, you can always, of course, put a different price range in and all that stuff. But this is the top list that I created from our similar, just give me a moment here. Education stocks, dominated, of course, by China stocks. So if you want to take a look at it for the day, obviously these are awfully active today. Ija, I remember when you were yelling about Yell, Y-E-L-L. Guys, RED is now getting really close to the high of yesterday, 1988. Again, I'm not saying to take it if it breaks it, but it'll definitely be pretty bullish. But I probably want to wait for a break at 20 also. So guys, what I did here, this is sort of a new window. Well, new for the sharing anyway. Okay, there's AACG. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, AACG. Is there any news on this one? Oh, okay, it's a China. I'm sorry. There's no news. It's just a China education stock. Now, the issue for me is $5. 495 is the next high looking left. If it can somehow get through 5, the next high looking left is right up at $6.10. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 495, see if it gets close to 5, and then I'll make a decision. You know, assuming they all these China stocks remain, China education stocks remain active. No guarantee they're going to, of course. You mean CL. I know you don't mean clue. You mean CLEU. And this is really, again, this is really breaking out, this CLEU. Oh, God. Oh, guys. The comments, you can see. Okay, guys. Well, this has been wild and woolly. Okay, guys. What am I looking at now? So nothing more from my options plays. Let's see what Wafu did. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, looks like this could take out 5 and start a run. And that is AACG. I'm just going to wait just a bit here. But the Wafu, 1154, what did I get up to? You know, very quickly got up to 1216. So, you know, some of these are going to be quick. You know, they're not necessarily all day runners. How you trade them is going to be up to you, if you trade them at all. Well, you can guess I'm having a little bit of fun with the GME. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. I mean, again, you've got to be awfully careful. So, yeah, open halt, and it looks like 31.31, 32.32 on the bid ask right now. Good for you, Torps. Now there are other things happening other than just China education stocks. I'm noticing this one, GRWG, this little pop here. This is a cannabis play, I believe. Of course it is. Yeah, cannabis play, GRWG. Tiger, tiger, tiger. Burning bright. Well, excuse me, I'll talk about it if it's moving. And full disclosure, I mean, I am back in it around the 150 mark from yesterday. I mean, if it's moving, I will talk about it. But no recommendations one way or the other, that's all. Not that I don't recommend anything, but, no point in asking me what to do about it. I mean, it's completely up to you. Not talking to you, William, or Mike specifically. Yes. Okay. Great old movie. Okay, there's EDU, maybe bouncing here. I mean, it's interesting that this one, one of the bigger ones, EDU and TAL just got beaten up also earlier, down to 13 or something. I'm sorry, I must have read that wrong. 55. All right, well, there's Vuzi. So it is now approaching. It was interesting action for Vuzi. I mean, the news this morning is they've done a financing at $20.50. It ran a huge amount from that financing price, but now it's starting to fade towards it. So that's CLEU still running here. And it's got room. I mean, look at the room it's got. High at 575. I mean, look at the room it's got. Although I'm not saying it's going to get to 10, but all right, so this is still stuck trying to get through. AACG still stuck trying to get through 5. Gets through 5, guys. I mean, it could have, I mean, as long as the other China stocks keep going. This is the hot sector for today anyway. China education stocks. And here's I think this is another one. Yeah, another one. Another education stock, EDTK. All right, guys, there it is. There it is. AACG now over 5. So again, the next high looking left is around, I'm sorry, I was wrong. So the next high looking left is 550. Oh, no, I'm right. 606. Yeah, 606 is the next high looking left. So in theory, it has room to run. As long as these education stocks remain hot. Almost a red bar ignored, also on the 2-minute chart. Now again, it's up to you to take if you want to take the trade or not. Now this is sort of in chase mode right now for CLEU. You know, I wouldn't take it yet. I would like to see it settle down a little bit. The longer this AACG hangs over 5, hangs over 5, the better. You know, maybe setting up a bit of a, a base. There it goes. And there goes CLEU. So again, 3 China education stocks right here. All right, this one is just getting hammered here. ELVT through the 200-day moving average now. ELVT. My able assistant reporting for duty. Well, guys, look at this. RAD did not hold. That's why I put these alerts, you know. I don't want to chase anything. Put that alert right at around $20 for RAD, and it just fell. Okay, so there's root right there. Okay, actually it was earlier. I thought it just popped in here. Root 1427. What did it get up to? 1440. Starting to run again. So this is again the Citron saying this company is misunderstood since its IPO. So putting their stamp on it. Wow, guys, we're having some great winners from the watch list today. Look at these 3 China stocks from the watch list. I mean, look at Wafu, 1154, 1558 now. So I am going to, you know, I don't often blow my own horn, but hey. I'm going to put a big, whoops, wrong, wrong symbol. There's a big check mark. All right, now keep an eye on the BOWX. I mean, it may gain some traction. Again, this is the big news. WeWork is going public through them. This is a SPAC, of course, so they're going public through them. I mean, it's got room. I mean, look at this. The high of the day was around 1043, so it's almost right there. But if you look left, it's got some room to maybe the 11 mark. I don't think it's got a ton of room, though. Well, Michael, typically halts are 5 minutes long, okay? Typically, when it's a volatility halt. So halt was at 10:01. So, and plus 18 seconds. So that'll be 10:06 plus 18 seconds. If it is a 5 minute halt, typically they're 5 minute halts. You can just check, you know, there's one 9:53, open at 9:58. Well, I would say, yeah, I mean, you know, these 3. Right. Well, now Fedu. Let's see what Fedu does. I mean, these China education stocks are just going crazy. Does it have room? Doesn't have as much room. You know, that's the only issue with Fedu, Fedu. Doesn't have as much room as the other ones did. So, you know, I mean, just take a look at Wafu as an example. I mean, look at the difference, guys, when you look at these charts. Okay, look how much room Wafu had. When I say room, you look left, there's nothing stalling it in terms of chart resistance. Whereas when you look at the FEDU, look at the difference. Okay, look left. You see, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get stalled up here, but it could. Whereas the other ones, I think the other one too, CL. I mean, look at the difference. Hopefully you can see what I'm talking about. LAX is another one. And it does have a little bit of room, yeah. What a day. METX, yes, is another it's another China education stock. MX, well, let's see, is it approaching the buyout? MX is a buyout at $29, so only one from the options place so far, but again, a doozy. Really good. Again, I don't mean that they're going to run all day long, but and there goes Root. What a day. Okay, one moment, please. Ah, I was on mute. Thank you, the dreamer. All the beautiful things I was saying. So, how can a stock go up 311%? All right. Well, the magic number right there is the float. 1.1 million in the float. And there goes FEDU. I may be wrong. I mean, it may not stall up here. It may just keep ripping like the rest of them. Just keep the language just. I know it's not horrible. But anyway, what I was explaining is how can a stock possibly go up 300%? You have to look at the float. Look at FEDU, guys. Wow. Well, let's see. LAIX, I'm sure is going to follow. What a day for the watch list. All these education stocks from China. You know, this ripped a bit. So again, most of these are going to be low float situations. WAFU, 1.1 million in the float. AACG, 9 million in the float. I consider anything under 20 million low float, 13 million. But look at WAFU at 1 million. So that is a supply of shares available to be traded. It's already traded 13 million, basically 13 times the float. Okay. And why? Well, for whatever reason, these China education stocks are in demand. So low supply, high demand can equal 300% moves. All right? And as I always say, though, if you get into one of these, you cannot wander away for a second from your computer, because as quickly as they go up, they can just, be slammed on the way down. I don't know, there must be some kind of, news regarding these China education stocks, because they're all moving. Most of them are teaching English, I think. Because certainly China stocks in general, are not in favor right now. And halted again. What a day. You just had to look at the gappers in the pre-market, guys. When you're doing your pre-market work, the first thing that should have just stood out is all the gappers, the big gappers, were all China education stocks. Now, I'm going to go over this in a little bit, showing what I do in the pre-market. But so many China education stocks, so you had to follow them. And I actually created a top list for everybody if they wanted. Which is right here. You can see most of them are all China education stocks. So I'll just pop that in again. Now, this may be a one-day wonder. And interestingly, no alerts from the AI today. Yeah, this was didn't quite, but you know what? I'm going to keep watching this one for another break over 5. That did not have the same trend as the other ones. And again, more room. Look, it's just more room. AACG, it had this little area up here. So, if I'm looking as a trader thinking, okay, which one do I want to pick, based on a daily chart? Well, 100% of the time, I'd be looking at CLEU. Because you just have to look at the daily chart. There's no resistance on the daily chart until around 10. I'm not saying it's getting there. But look at this one. It wasn't bad, but the resistance was not that far away, right around 6. So if you had to, toss a coin and pick one, this is the obvious one. And the WAFU was the other one. Now, highly risky, guys. 2.7 million in the float for CLEU. Again, do not wander away from your computer if you're in this. Here's another education stock, guys, just popping up here. And it just got halted. Got halted on the way down, actually. LXEH. Don't know this one at all. Don't think I've seen that one at all. Wow, what a way to end the week. Alcoa, strong move. Okay, let's take a look at Alcoa, AA. Yeah, the Freeport, is it still high? FCX, is it still moving higher? Kind of the same industry or sector. They're not aluminum, but, the mining sector, AA. So, AA. And again, I think this is all to do with infrastructure. Well, again, nothing new. Infrastructure, if you... Infrastructure should be hot this year. Maybe finally. Infrastructure bills. Yeah, X-Men, I can give you a discount code for sure. I'm just going to insert my spiel, but let me just give you a discount code. That's my favorite question. Okay? So the Smart Stop is all it is. It's a guide, okay? The Smart Stop is generated every time you click on an alert. So I click on BOWX, okay? And the Smart Stop must be way underneath because it's so volatile. I'm sure this one's going to be the same. Yeah, these volatile stocks are going to have smart stocks way, way underneath. Let me see if I can find something a little more, not quite as volatile. Yeah, so the smart stop is based on the volatility of the stock today and the high and the low. Feed those numbers into the system and it generates what we call a smart stop. It's a guide. All right. So every time you click on an alert, you'll have a guide as a smart stop. I mean, you don't have to follow it, of course, but it's a guide. And then the target, nothing scientific, just double the smart stop. So you can see right there it says $154, and this is based on 100 shares. Okay, you can start basing it on your own account size and how you want to share size. This is not available for you guys yet. And the target is just double, so nothing scientific. See 154 right there. So if you took this trade right here at 32 and you share size the same way as I got here, and you allowed it to stop yourself out, you'd lose $154. Okay, or the target is up here at 309. Just double it. Okay. Yeah, X-Men. So from my homepage, when you click on my homepage link, you'll see there's a scan section, and the scan section has my layout and a lot of other scans. Okay, not just my layout, but a lot of other scans that you can't see on my other monitors. Okay. Meanwhile, look at VIPS. After that little flurry of excitement for a while, man, oh man, I got up to $35. Now dropping, sinking like a stone. Yeah. So I mean, guys, I mean, you've got to be. What I keep saying, I'm sure that drop was brutal. Did not sustain. But if you were in this, around the $6 mark, you've got to be taking some profit. Again, with that low float, this is why these things can have wild gyrations all day long. No. I haven't even looked at the AI. All right, guys, I'm going to start my spiel now. I know I usually wait to about 10:30, but I'm going to start it right now. So, wow, what a morning so far in the room, in the market. If you're new to this room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. I'm going to pop my homepage link in. Well, look at time. Okay, now look at these guys. I mean, time and VIPS on the way down. Time or TME on the way down. Now breaking down through the 200 day. They're exactly alike. Look at these topping tails for VIPS and TME. Big moves early, and then now the reality sets in. For all the reasons these were down, they're taking over again. I also don't want to miss anything in the market, but I've got to do this. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link in the trading room right here, this is what you're going to see. So you have a link to my homepage, and you can save it, okay? Because there are a lot of information on my homepage. So you can always save it, take a look at it later. There's the promo code to use. I'm going to click on my homepage link right now. I don't know why it does that. Give me a moment here. Okay. So there's my homepage link, and here is the promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only. Look at TME. What a collapse. I'm just looking at here. 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Let's take a look to see how much Trade Ideas has cost. We have 4 plans. Okay, we have an annual. We have an annual, monthly. Sorry, we have an annual and a monthly and a premium and a standard. So the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between standard and premium, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are other differences, but the major difference is the AI. Okay, which I'm going to go over. You don't have to have an annual plan if you don't want. You can go month to month, 118 or 228, less the 15%. And that discount is only applied for the first month. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, the next month will be back to these prices. Okay, so just make sure you understand that. More information from my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This trade of the week this week was Macy's. It did not trigger, so it was basically one that it didn't trigger. So even though it went down, doesn't matter. It didn't trigger. I do a little recap, and they're very short now. It's not really a market recap anymore. It's usually focusing on 1 or 2 stocks, and that's it. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. yes. So the question was, if I subscribe to monthly and then I want to upgrade to say annual later on, will we honor that promo code? Yes. Okay. So here are all the scans that I'm sharing, including my layout. Now the layout does not include this compare count window, but that's okay. But everything else is included. Plus a lot of other scans that I have here. So you don't have to take my layout if you have a layout already, but you might want to add a couple of my scans. Great. But they're all available here. And that's why I'm saying, if you save my link, you can always come back and check out the scans. And the big education link is right here. So if I click on that education link, this is what you're going to see. I just want to put the 20 short lessons in as a link on its own. Wow, look at the BOEX, guys. I mean, I think it may stall at around 11, but it may not. That's why trading is so exciting. You just don't absolutely know. Exactly, Shan VS. I'm always looking to see where the next highs or low, if I'm going long something, if I want to attempt to go long something, I'm looking to see on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts, where is the next high? Doesn't necessarily mean that is where it's going to stall, or even get up there, but I'm always aware of it. So if you click on the 20 short lessons, this is what you're going to see. I can't emphasize enough, if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, please take a look at this, okay? It goes over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. I think it's very easily explained. They're not videos, it's all text-based. What is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can click on the link. And again, you can see what some of the basic features that we have to offer are, okay? So I really encourage you to take a look at this link. More training or education Daily support session. So we have a YouTube room also, which I monitor from 9 to noon. One of the other traders takes over, monitors it from 12 to 1. It's a Q&A, plus the other traders, I think today is Andy. They're a little more swing traders than I am. But I take a break at noon, so that's why you can go over there. I'll pop the link in before I take my break. This is, of course, the free trading room here, this one. Oops. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos are here. And back to basics. And that's exactly what it means, back to basics. Or maybe not back to basics. If you've never traded before, a great little video series, okay? Very short videos. And literally starting off with what is a stock. So, I mean, that's how basic it gets. Trading ebooks that we created. So there is a lot of information on my homepage. So that's why I'm saying you can save my homepage link and always refer to it later on. All right, so EDU, again, bucking this whole trend. It did not rip like a lot of the other China education stocks. Now, the other ones I don't know, maybe they specialize in teaching English. I really don't know. I don't know enough about them individually. All right, guys, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here. I'm going to pop in a link. Well, I already talked about BOEX. I mean, it may stall around 11. I mean, if you look at the, the news, it's obviously significant news. We worked during the merger through them, but look at all the resistance here. Now, listen, if it pops through 11, look out. That's all I can say. But I mean, look at all this resistance right around $11. But huge volume, of course, but it's a SPAC, and this is how we work is going to go public. At least that's the plan. All right, so I popped this B Plus connection link, okay? This is a window, we call this Brokerage Plus, and you can only access it if you're using our app, not the web-based version, okay? If you see Brokerage Plus, underneath we have live and we have simulation. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the live. You can actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your account as long as your account is Interactive Brokers. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this window to trade. You would click on live, but you have to watch that video, the B Plus connections. Watch the video. It's going to show you exactly what to do. So, assuming you do have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to trade your account live, why would you want to be able to do that using Brokerage Plus? This is one of the reasons, maybe. OI as an example. So you click on OI. You take a look at the chart and you think, yep, I want to trade that. You go back, trade. Oops, I haven't connected to the simulator yet. Just a second. Okay. And you see how these buying and shorting selections appear. And how you create these, how you create your own, you have to watch that video. And then this is what we call one-click trading. So again, you click on an alert, you take a look at it. If you think you want to trade it, you go back to the alert, right-click on it, and this pops up, and you just click how you want to trade it. Okay, so that's the sort of things that you can do using Brokerage Plus, trading your Interactive Brokers account within Trade Ideas. These are hotkeys. I'm going to demonstrate the hotkeys. If you were in a trade right now, you would highlight it. If you wanted to get out, you could flatten it. You could sell it here, of course, but these are just hotkeys. You can get out of half your trade, or you could double your trade. Okay? Okay, so the question, what triggers a stock to stop trading? It's a volatility. One of the scans I'm sharing, volatility, okay? And it's just when a stock becomes very volatile, the computer kicks in. It's not some guy sitting there, well, I better stop this one. So it's kind of a formula, it kicks in, and it halts the stock usually for 5 minutes. So you can see usually 5 minutes, but in this case it was a 10-minute halt. See, it got halted at 10:17:21, and it opened at 10:27:21. Typically they are 5-minute halts, okay? All right, so I've just talked about if you have an interactive broker's account, how you can use this Brokerage Plus feature to trade your account. Now I want to talk what I consider more important, because a lot of you are new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you want to practice maybe a strategy you've got, okay? You can use the simulator. Cannot emphasize enough, if you're new to trading, do not commit money to the market until you've practiced trading, okay? Do not do it. We've got a great simulator here. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. You know, if you just wanted to start out practicing trading before you actually opened a brokerage account, doesn't matter. It's using our real-time data. Okay, so very easy to use. You just click on Sim, and now you're in simulation mode. You click on an alert. Notice how the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at, and if you're going to go long, you buy. Okay, FEDU. I'm not sure. I'm sorry, FEDU. Moses, I'm not sure I understand your question. These highs only appeared because of some action in the pre-market. I don't quite understand your question. I mean, you know, a lot of these China education stocks had a lot of action in the pre-market, and when the market opened, they kept going. I mean, that's all I can really say. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so how I like to demonstrate the Brokerage Plus in simulation mode, I like to always demonstrate it to start off with maybe on a pullback, okay? So let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted to take OI. You don't want to take it right now, you know, you want to chase it. So maybe if it pulled back to 14, you would want to take the trade. So this is what you do. So first you pick how many shares, of course. And this will be based also, I'm going to get into this in a little bit. It's going to be based on where your stop is going to be. So even if you're looking to take this one right here at 14, you'd have to know, okay, but if it doesn't work, I take it at 14 and it doesn't work, where's my stop? So I can tell, 1380 probably would be a good stop. So if it's a 20-cent stop and I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I'm going to show you how that works. So I'm going to take 500 shares if it gets down to $14. This is in the simulator. I'm going to click the buy button and you're going to see a nice big blue line is going to appear. So if OI gets down to $14, it'll take the trade. Again, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? It'll take the trade. Now, you could have also done it the other way. If you thought, well, I like to see if it could take out a level above the current price, I'd like to get into the trade. You could have also just put the price, two prices above the current price, and then that big blue line would have appeared above the price. Okay? So that's how you can take a trade on a pullback. Now, if you don't have to keep it in there, of course. Let's just say you started pulling back, but the market started tanking, and you didn't like what you saw, all you have to do is go into the orders and cancel it. Right click on it and cancel the order. Okay? So I'm going to leave it in, let's see if it takes it. Again, in the simulator, let's just see if it takes it. Now, let's take a trade right now, and we'll talk about placing stops and the importance of stops. Again, if you're new to trading, you don't know what I'm talking about. When you get into a trade, you have to have a price that you're going to get out at if it doesn't work. You just can't, take a trade based on faith and hope and all those things. Okay, so when you get into a trade, you have to have a stop. And also, with that stop, the other thing to remember is that you should only be risking a certain amount per trade. So if you're going to know where your entry is and your stop is, the difference between that, let's just say for argument's sake, your account size you're comfortable with risking $100 a trade. Now, obviously, if your account size is $5,000, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You'll be gone. Okay, you won't be trading for very much longer. But let's just say your account size says, okay, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade. So I want to show you. Here's the OI. Boy, what another nice one from the watch list. Again, these were quick, guys. Some of them were very, very quick, but certainly produced. But as I said, keep talking about it. If you're in a low float stock, you cannot wander away. This is not a low float stock. It's got 155 million in the. So typically, you're not going to see wild fluctuations, with a stock with 155 million. Meanwhile, EDU just continues to tank here. Oh, this was the one that was a $13 stock. Okay, I just want to see if I can maybe find something that might be interesting to take. All right, I'll take this trade, okay? Would I take it normally? Probably not. I'd probably wait for an $11 break. I'm just looking at it though. This is NM, okay? And I'm going to take 500 shares. I say this every day, but I want to try to make the math easy. So I'm going to buy 500 shares. There it is at 10.98. Okay. And I'm going to put my stop. That's okay, 10.78. Now, you have to know where your stop is before you get into the trade. I'm going to explain why. But this worked out not too badly. That's probably, not a bad area for a stop anyway. If you look at the chart right there, look at the, a little bit of support on the 2-minute chart. Now, if you're new to trading, you're going to say to yourself, well, how do I know where to put a stop? And that's why you've got to practice, practice, practice. Trading is not easy. You've got to practice, practice, practice. Eventually, hopefully you'll be able to look at charts and say, yeah, I see. I think that looks like maybe a support area. So if it broke down through that support area, I should be out of the trade. I move on, okay? Now, you'll notice that stop was 20 cents away. Just out of, it's just a coincidence. 10.98, 10.78, 20 cents away. 500 shares. So, why I took 500 shares, because I knew I was going to put my stop 20 cents away, is that if I'm going to risk $100, if I'm prepared to risk $100 on the trade, then what I can do is now I'm going to share size myself. So you don't go into the market thinking, well, I'm going to take $100 every trade. I'm going to take 500 shares every trade, or a fixed amount. The number of shares you take should be based on in my opinion anyway, should be based on the difference between where you enter the trade and your stop. In this case, it was 20 cents. So if I divide 20 cents into $100, what do I get? I get $500. I get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents if it moves down to that stop price gets me out for a $100 loss. Okay, so hopefully you're understanding that concept. You get into a trade, they're not all going to work. So you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade. So, you've heard me talk about it. You get the idea. Okay, I get the idea. I should place a stop. I get the idea. I should have, the same amount I should risk every trade. That's another thing you don't want to do. You don't want to risk 100. You don't, risk 100 on the first trade, and then you lose it. So you think, wow, man, I better make that up on the next one. So I risk 200 the next one, and you lose that one. Now you're down 300, and so on. So you risk approximately the same amount every trade. So if you're listening to me and you're thinking, okay, I get it. I'm going to have to learn, where to put stops and all that. So let's just say you start trading, and that's why practice, practice, practice. So all of a sudden you take the trade and you see your nice stop line is right there. This is a bit of a rounding error, in an ideal world that should say $100 minus 100. So you get into the trade, and now it starts working down towards your stop. The trade does not work for you. And you start thinking, well, you know what? Maybe that stop was a little too tight. Maybe I didn't quite get where the support should have been. So maybe I should move this down a bit. So you move it down. No, I moved it down a lot. Okay. Just let me do it again. Move it down a little bit more. So again, I moved it down quite a bit. So now if it went down to 1044 and I allowed it to take me out there, I'd be down $267 instead of that manageable $100 loss. But still you're stubborn. As it approaches that new stop, you keep thinking, man, this is such a great look, though. It's got to work. The setup was excellent. I hear great things about it. You keep moving your stop down. Now, all of a sudden, that $100 manageable risk turns into maybe $500, $600 of a loss. And that's when you sell it and you kick yourself for being, not obeying your stop. You'll do it. I guarantee you'll do it. You'll second guess where you're placing your stops because you want to believe that the stock you're in is going to do what you want it to do. So here's how you counteract that. You leave your stop here, and it takes all the emotion out of trading, and you let yourself be stopped out, and you move on. Now, I know what you're going to say. Some of you are going to say, yeah, but you know what? I did this, and I moved my stop down, and then it bounced, and it went higher, and I made money. Yeah, it's going to happen. That's going to happen also. But you know what? For all the reasons why you got into the trade in the first place, if you get stopped out, they may resurface later on. Okay, you can always get back into a trade. Commissions are not a deterrent anymore to getting out of a trade. It used to be in the old days, you were really loath to get out of a trade because of all the commissions you were paying. But commissions are other, depending on your broker, free or even IB at half a cent a share is just not a big deal. So I can't emphasize enough, money management, having a stop will go a long way to hopefully making you a successful trader. All right, let's get back into the market and let's take a look to see what's happening. No, any blue arrow is just an indicator of where the alert happened. That's all it is. Okay, so if I click on AACG at 946, price was 485. That blue arrow is just telling me that's the candle, on the 15-minute chart where the alert happened. On the 2-minute chart, there's where the alert happened. On the 5-minute chart, there's where the alert happened. Nothing to do with buying or selling. It's just telling you, there's where the alert happened. So you can kind of go back though and check, okay, after that alert, what happened? And you can see, before it fell, it got up to 545. Obviously the WAFU will be an extraordinary one. After the alert, it got all the way up to 20 before it fell. So that's all that is. It's nothing to do with entries and exits. So again, are you talking about the smart stop exits, swing exits? Or are you talking about the AI? If you're talking about the AI, this is, then these are, when I click on an AI alert, we actually see there was the entry for DHI, and there was the stop. Okay, so this was a short, if that's what you're talking about. I think. Oh, I see what you're talking. What you're talking about is you're looking in the description. Okay, so that's what they're talking about is the AI. Okay, so the AI, we have about 70 what we call baseline strategies. When the market closes, the AI gets to work on optimizing those baseline strategies. That's what happened last night. These are the ones that made the cut. I wouldn't worry yourself about why these strategies made the cut, what the names of them are, where they're coming from, Grail, Neo, 2.0. It just complicates things. What I would do is just go to New from our toolbar, click on New, and then the AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Ah, this is interesting. I'm in an incorrect version of Trade Ideas. Not that it matters that much, but and then what'll happen is you'll see this window, and the entries will come in. You don't have to, one just came in right now. How you trade it is going to be up to you. But there's a real-time entry. Doesn't mean you have to take the trade right away. Okay? And there's a stop. So that's what they're talking about. Okay? Well, I'm getting a ton, so there's nothing wrong with Chris. There's nothing wrong with TI today. Not that I'm aware of. I know we had a problem two days ago with our data provider, but no, I'm getting a ton of alerts today, so might be just one of those things. I mean, do you have any of my windows loaded, Chris? Any of my scans loaded? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to start off with a premium service. If you're brand new, you can always start off with a standard. You can always upgrade later on if that's what you want to do. Well, then, you must have some pretty tough filters in place. Chris, that's all I can say. Yeah, because there's nothing wrong with the data feed today. Well, I mean, I'd have to see. Maybe reload. Just maybe do a reload or something. You have a green ball, right? So you know you're connected. Well, if you want, you can pop your. Give me the link for your low float. The cloud link. I'll take a look at it. There certainly have been some low float screamers this morning. All these China education stocks a lot of them were low floats. But I almost guarantee it'll be a filter that you've got in there that is not allowing them to come through. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, well, first of all, this is a multi-strategy window with a ton of so this is not low float necessarily. I don't know if you know. My recommendation anyway is not to use something like this. I mean, I know we've got it, but you've got so many checked. Now, why you're not getting anything, I don't know. But these are not low flow stocks making the making. In fact, you don't even have anything checked here for low flows, I don't think. But you're right. I mean, with all those things checked, you would think you would get something. So I have no. I'll keep an eye on it, see if I get anything. I would say, I wouldn't. I mean, unless you're able to really make money off that scan. I mean, I just think that you're getting too many alerts. What are you doing with them? Give me a moment here. I just want to maybe break one out. Yeah, I have no explanation. You might want to even. This is a multi-strategy window from one of our channels, right? You might want to exit out, like exit and reload it. It may be that it's corrupted or something. That's all I can think of. All right, guys, let's take a look at what's happening here. GAN, wow, this is a big area for it to try to hold. I think this had a downgrade this morning, March 25th, so it had earnings after hours yesterday. And that's GAN, G-A-N. And, below now, well, way below the 200-day moving average. All right, so first thing I want you to do is to take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? Before you do anything else. Okay, take a look at the 20 short lessons before you do anything else. I think what you're saying is you've got a toolbar here. Yeah, there's nothing. Now you can go to our channel bar, click on new, go to our channel bar. We have a lot of layouts right here. These are all different themed layouts as an example. But I really, and also I'm sharing a lot of scans. It's not bad. 26 down to 24 on that short, yes. I haven't been able to look at anything from your scan today. All right, guys. So the bloom is definitely off these China education stocks. Fun while it lasted. You know what my reasoning was? Is I loaded it yesterday. Probably somebody was asking me about the not in the room. It was once I shut down the room. Somebody was asking me about a compare count window. I had an email, so I brought it up. I gave it to them, and I was just watching the tickers. And one of the tickers that came through was IQ, and it was right here approximately. I said, hey, you know what? Let's take a short. And it was awesome. Okay, and so I thought, you know what? It's a very interesting way to look at the market. I probably should have one compare count window up. So what the compare count window does, it's basically competing strategy, shall we say? All right, 300 movers upside with 300,000 shares traded at least with other filters in place versus the downside ones making new lows versus making new highs. When you break it out, so here are the filters I've got in. So basically you just flip them where you can flip them. So these are the ones making new highs. So here are the alerts, pre-market highs, new highs. I can flip this, the price, you'll see what I'm talking about when I say flip. Obviously I can flip this if I want to have a competing strategy. So if this will be new lows, pre-market lows, and instead of the price being up 2% from the previous close, it'll be down 2% from the previous close, okay? So these will be flipped. So I have this strategy competing against this strategy, is what I mean. See how this has been flipped? And down 2%. So when we do this, kind of gives you a bit of a gauge. So if I look at this, so 55% versus 45%, which makes a little bit of sense. Sometimes when the market is ripping higher and higher and higher, this would be close to 100%. You know, just new winner after new winner after new winner. Well, L is a long. You better you should watch some of those videos, okay? I mean, that's a long strategy versus short strategy, okay? And the entry and exit, well, it's pretty straightforward. I mean, that is a potential entry, and there's your exit. Okay, how you trade the AI will be up to you. Okay, we do not recommend automating it, like auto trading it. If you wanted to see how that would work, you know, then you can always click on your Holly tab. You turn all the strategies on, put it in simulation mode, and see how it works. Okay. Do I have that one on my shared scan? I don't know. Let's take a look. And the answer is, I guess, no. But I can give it to you if you want. And of course you can change the filters. You know, I have a certain price range I'm looking at. You can always change, just like any other scan that I share. Boy, EDU just getting trashed here. little more stock markety too, you know, with the ticker. These are all real-time alerts. You know, you can click on any alert that you see in the ticker, and of course it'll load the chart. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm very wrong. Exit price means where it got out, obviously. I'm sorry. The stop is where, you know, if you want to obey it, that's where you should get out of the trade. Okay? The exit price is where actually it got out of the trade. I'm sorry. And you know what? I would not pay any attention to targets. I mean, I know it's counter. I mean, you might have an idea about where you might want to start taking some profit in a trade. But when I say that, I mean these targets that the AI have to me are just very artificial. It could be a dollar above, you know, which doesn't, you know, that's nothing scientific. I'm not saying that when you get into a trade, you shouldn't have, you know, a reasonable expectation of where you'd like to see it go, because you know when you get into a trade, let's say you have a 20-cent stop, you want to have a reasonable expectation of at least making 40 cents on the trade. Some will say 60. In other words, a 1 for 2 or a 1 for 3. You know, I mean, if you look at it, if you get into a trade and you see a ton of resistance just above it, you don't take the trade. I mean, I know that kind of makes sense. But let's just say that you had a 20-cent stop, and above where you are, there looks like there's a lot of resistance around 10 cents away. Well, your risk reward is just not there. So only one alert so far from the options scan, but again, a great one, 1891. What did I get up to? Wow, 2117. I mean, it's a great alert. I mean, it fell after, but I mean, yeah, that's why it's a watch list. You've got to be watching it. There are price alerts on the way down. Price alerts, price halts. There are price halts on the way down also. Yeah, so good grief is right. I mean, this stock, I mean, that's why I didn't really want to dwell on it too much, guys. We don't have any float information. I mean, it's, you know, it really hasn't traded that much. It's traded 3 million shares. I mean, it's, you know, for it, it's a lot. But, you know, that's why I really didn't want to dwell on this one very much. And that's the EEIQ. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:06. So who's taking over today? I'm going to find out who will be in the YouTube room at noon today. Usually it's Andy. Well, that's because you're logging in incorrectly, okay? You have to log in. You're logging into the demo account then. When you log in, it's got to be right up here, okay? And the username and password are case sensitive. You're logging in the wrong area, I guess. So you're logging in down here. Well, sorry, but the username and password are case sensitive, okay? Now, if that is not the issue, now the other thing is you may not have completed the exchange agreements correctly. You have to you have to say you have to complete the exchange agreements. So let me just. Okay. I'm sorry, guys. So Andy is not going. Actually, it's going to be Michael and Chris in the YouTube room today. So Michael Noss and Chris will be in the YouTube room today. If you're still having an issue, well, don't log in. Yeah, no, do not log in your Facebook account. You know, you should have created an account within Trade Ideas with a password and a username. So you're logging into your Facebook account. Don't do that. Like here, where it says log in, up here, username and password. You should have created an account. If you're still having issues, I'll have to send you to our homepage. I can't look at your account, from here, but I'll send you to our homepage, and you can start a live discussion and say, just saying you're having problems logging in. I think it's just because you're logging in the wrong place. Okay, so make sure if you click on the link, if I haven't helped you, if you cannot log in, then click on the link, start a discussion, give them the email that you use to sign up. This is what I'm talking about right there. Click on the homepage link, and a little pop-up should happen. Something, come on. Okay, questions and answers, and just say, hey, I just signed up. Here's my email. I'm having trouble logging in, or something to that effect, okay? They'll look at your email. First, they'll see, then they're going to tell you, well, when you log in, it is case sensitive, and also they'll check to make sure that you have completed the exchange agreements. A lot of people forget to do that or don't realize they were supposed to do it, or they did it incorrectly. So anyway, they should be able to help you. Somebody should be able to help you. So for those of you with a lot of, say, Brokerage Plus questions, okay, maybe connecting with your IB account, trading maybe you want to auto trade your own strategy, things like that. But Michael Noss and Chris will be in the YouTube room. Michael, and they're both very good actually with B plus. So a lot of questions you may have, head over to the YouTube room at around noon. I'll post the link. I'll post a link before I take my break at noon, okay? Meanwhile, root. Look at this move here. Look at the volume that just came into root. All right, so market is starting to drift down a little bit here. NAS is still mildly positive. So Citron had some sway today with what they said about root. I love how they phrase it. This is a misunderstood company. Boy, this these comments this morning about root from Citron have really juiced this stock. TME guys on the way down. A nice call from the AI. So we had it going both ways, guys. TME from my options play, 1891 got up to what? What did it get up to? Up to 2116, and then the AI says, you know what? You guys should be shorting this at 1834. Now it's 1764. How did I miss this? How the heck did I miss this 3 minutes ago? Look at root. Look at root, guys. 1463 from my options plays. 1540. I know Summer's trying to short this, but this is unbelievable. And TME from the AI, yes. So guys, I like the ones under 20 from the AI. So I had my eye on that one. Just getting trashed here. So here's another one, guys, another gap up and reverse. Stock gapped up, EOLS, and now it is reversing. And let's take a look. Look left, and I'm sure it's below yesterday's high, or low, sorry. 1210, yeah, just a little bit below. Now, looking left, does this have room? This looks like it has some room. I mean, down there is around $11. Let's see if it takes out 12. EOLS. That might turn into an interesting short. Again, continues down here through that 200-day moving average. It had a, it's an earnings play. I'm pretty sure it had a downgrade this morning also. Let me just do it. Yeah, I'm just looking here. It was downgraded this morning also. This is a super, super active day. All right, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I see a couple more came into my option scanner. So the rail, interesting. I would really want it to break 6 though. Well, just like it did. So here's another one. However, take a look at Nat. What do we see looking left? 389. And we probably see 4 right around here. It's not as clean a looking chart. So even though Nat has showed up on the options plays, I mean, it's just not as clean a looking chart. Looks like there's, just too much resistance to get through. I mean, listen, it may pile right through, but the odds are not as in our favor as some of the other ones. Okay, so root, I'm definitely sticking an alert up here at 606. It tried to break through that whole number once. Look left. I mean, it has room to the 7 level in theory. Oh, it's possible, JB. I, I, um, I'm more interested in why the China education stocks popped today. Talk about a reversal of fortunes here for the RAD. I mean, this looked really awesome early. Had my alert set. Okay, we're going to break 20. It's going to take out yesterday's high. It's going to start to fill in this void. Waited for the alert. Excuse me. Well, I set the price alert. Didn't happen. And now look at it. Underneath 19 again. And man, this GAN just continues to move down. I didn't take this one. Definitely should have been all over the. Well, I don't know. Oh, yeah, 14%. Probably could have got it earlier. The break of the 200-day moving average, pretty crucial. Yeah, NAS just went negative. You're right. So again, this little disconnect. SPY's up, Dow's up, NAS has gone moving down. How are they? Take a look at the Qs. Get out of here. Okay, so rail is. I almost took this one. What happened is I got blocked. My had my change under my change symbol underneath. I couldn't get to it. So anyway, let's take a look. I want to see again if it takes out 611 or so. No, what happened is, see, sometimes if I want to change my symbol or something, and this box pops up, and then I get a price alert, I can't act on it. I have to, and it hides it. I have to go and find it and cancel out. Again, continues down here. If you ask Bruce, I haven't, but maybe others have. I don't know. Okay, guys, rail is attempting to get through 6 again. Let me just examine this a little more closely. I want to make sure there isn't. There's 616 right there. And the next one is 648. So there might be a little blockage in this area. That's unfortunate. There's a little bit of, yeah, I mean, we've got some resistance in the monthly chart. You know, even it takes out 6. It's got this little area here, which is too bad. Okay, just a minute, please. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I was on mute. I don't know how long I've been on mute. Got to pay more attention. Sorry. I was talking about the kappa, just as it's showing up in Real Scan. Business Association. It's one of the SPACs. I mean, it'd be great if that ADMA could catch up right there, break through, because I look at the support probably, around that 840 mark. So that'd be a nice fall if it could get down there. Yeah, it's right up here in the room, right here, okay? Barry's homepage. All the information is here. Click on that link, and this is what you'll see. Not that. Not that. This is what you'll see. Okay, all the scans right here. So just find my homepage, the tab called Barry's homepage, okay? Okay, now we're getting maybe a couple little clues here, a couple topping tails for kappa. Well, my mic is just, I have a big red, I just should pay more attention, that's all. So many things going on. Not just in the room. I mean, there's other things I'm doing. Emails coming in, helping out in support discussions. Well, guys, I was wrong about rail. Look at this. Rail. I wish I'd taken that. Well, we'll see if I'm wrong. I mean, this is the area I thought it might stall. The last thing. Good morning. You are a funny man, Locutus, and my favorite new station on Sirius, Locutus, is 80s alternative rock. Loving it. For those who don't know, Locutus was somebody who worked for Sirius many years ago. Could be Bill. Yeah, it could be. Though I haven't heard him on that station. Okay, so far, this is still surging higher. Kappa. All right, guys, the time is 11:42, so we have a real special treat in the YouTube room today. First time we're going to have dual moderators on voice. Not usually there have been dual moderators, but one is usually on the voice, and that's it. But they're gonna try something today. So it'll be Michael Noss and Chris Varley. Michael, of course, both of them actually very good with B+. But Michael, of course, I would consider him the trade ideas expert with B+. Funny flying monkey. Well, let's see. This is the area I thought it might stall. Let's see if I'm right. Just look at that chart right there. 648 is the next high looking left. But I guess if you just taken it at 594, I mean, to get up to 641, tremendous percentage move. Zoma not showing up, so my guess is that the relative volume is low. No, it isn't. Wonder why it's not showing up. Oh, it's above. It's above the my price range. Well, it's almost. Okay, Rad, come on down. Oh, this is my one that I really wanted to get into earlier again, but just kind of missed it. Whoa. Yeah, no kidding. Is this shortable? It is shortable and halted. Oh, I see why you saw it. Yeah, it's halted. HSDT. Okay, guys, so the moral of the story is do not listen to me regarding the rail. All right, Kappa, maybe getting ready here. Use that ADMA. I'd like to see it rise up a little bit more. Well, guys, NAT is from the options play also, and I discounted it a bit because I wasn't sure it would have enough room. I may be wrong. NAT. I mean, I'm looking here. I see stuff at around just over 417. I see all this, but you know what? It may just explode. PTN. I know you used to talk about PTN all the time. Yeah. Sorry, I just don't look at stocks under $1. But good luck. I said I would try to follow these. These are the option plays, but in the opposite direction. Abnormal option activity, moving down. And there's too many things going on. 1332, the alert, 1332, right there. Where did I get down to? 1221, nice dollar move. ATNF was not shortable for me, so that's why I didn't look at it. ATNF was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SMHI. Yeah, it's got a lot of room, Ija. Not too much volume yet. I know you're looking at what's that? 618 is the next high looking left. I guess if look, if it takes that 618, yeah, it's got a nice potential run. Well, guys, another crazy, crazy low float. I'm sure this is going to get halted. It may not. Again, just resumed. HSDT, crazy low float, 2 million in the float. A few days ago, let's see when it was. In January of this year, it got up to $33, $34 HSDT. Pulled way back, but give me an example. You're talking about our SMA crosses? It's defined actually. You're talking about, so here it is. I mean, 5 crossing over the 8 on the 1 minute chart as an example. Is that what you're talking about? Or you're talking about these? I mean, this is the crossing above the 20, 50, and 200-day moving averages? Okay. All right, how did OI do from 14.15? All right, I had that stop. I had that order in here. All right, guys, so I should have been paying more attention to this. So notice what I did here with the NM. So at one point I was up $62. You should never allow even if you got out flat, but you shouldn't allow yourself to take $100 loss if you're up $62. This is based on $100 risking, okay? And so I had my stop in, but notice how it took it out. Okay, see how that was a bright red line. It took me out right there. This is in the simulator. All right, guys, it's getting close to noon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the YouTube link in. If you want to head over there between 12 and 1 while I take my break, you can do so. Again, meanwhile, Nat is probably going to make a fool of me also. I mean, this could really, I mean, it has room. If you look on this weekly chart, there is the big resistance area, 476. So, I mean, hey, it may do it. I'm just a little more conservative. I like to see more room on the higher time frames. Like Rail and Nat. Meanwhile, GAN continues down. I know I keep talking about it. GAN continues down. Well, that'll be the daily chart. On the daily chart. Okay? 20-day moving average. So these ones, the 20-day, 50-day, and 200 on the daily charts. You're welcome. Okay, guys, I am just going to put, well, I guess I'll have to wait. I'm just going to wait for them to show up. Again, if you want to head over to the YouTube room in a couple of minutes, you can do so while I'm on my break. You know, Rad is just not wanting to drop like a stone for me. I'm in this one short, but it's just not wanting to drop up in this area here. So I may just take it off while I'm on my break. We'll give it a couple of more minutes to see if it, or a couple more moments to see if it starts to drop more. That is the Rad. Oh, it's the other Chris. Ah, it's Chris McKay, the new Chris. So it's going to be Chris McKay and Michael in the YouTube room. Okay. Okay, I'm just waiting, guys. I'm just waiting for them to show up, and then I'm going to stop the stream and take a break. What a morning. What a morning. Very. Yeah, so I got out of the Rad short, basically flat. Puro Fubu. Wow. Yeah, my list is pretty short. Okay, Michael, I see that you're in. Okay, I'm stopping the stream in YouTube. So, guys, have fun in the YouTube, in YouTube. Should be an interesting exercise with both of you there. Okay, Michael, I'm stopping now.